Hello everyone, welcome to the stream. Nice to have you all here. Welcome. And it's another day and another day for playing Elden Ring, so we're going to do this. I hope everything is working currently. Yeah, now we see something. And yes, we defeated the last boss in the academy. And as a result, we will continue defeating more bosses in the academy. Not sure how many there still are. We have to find stuff out. But yeah, a lot of things we still have to do in the game. Feels like I make progress very slowly, even though it feels like we're making progress. And very curious where this will bring us. Oh. That is just rude. That is also the wrong character. That was still the review character. I always forget to that back. Okay. We almost will start. Moving data, load. I hope you had a good day and are doing well. And I have the honor to play Elden Ring. So that kind of works. Here's the room where we stopped last day. I think I teased what is outside this room already. There was this it was like a wolf, I think, and he had like magic power and could generate a magical sword into his mouth and attack me with it. That I found very unfriendly. Still there is some stuff where we could check out. Schoolhouse classroom, for example. Yeah, there's some stuff that lies behind us that we need to check. I think we also need to go back maybe to the first area again, because there, no, that is wrong. Because in the first area, I think we still overlooked a few things. Oh, we have 4k souls left, not sure what to do with those. This here behaves really strange. Oh, look at this, there was a person. So my question is, will we just die when we go further down? Almost looks like it, that this is not that we can't go further down. That makes sense, Chad. Ouch. Oh, one of those. It looked like we could jump on that. I was insanely wrong with my assumption. I saw it too late. Let's kindle the light again. Oh, cool. Our souls are even here. Wait a bit spooky. What happens here? We would just fall down from here. Okay, we could drop down though. Let me just check for walls. So much to talking about progress, but it seems like a really optional area. Here we would fall to our death, so we had to leave the elevator. Looks like this here is one way to do this. Very curious what other enemies we might have here. Oh, the same. Well, we already saw this weird mechanic being here. This one. Oh, that's a different one. Let's hope it doesn't notice us. Long-tail cat talisman. Hide somewhere really quick. Wrong button. Equipment. Let's see what this talisman might do. Here it is. Renders the wearer immune to That. Immune to fall damage? A brooch depicting Lacrima, the long-tailed cat. Renders the wearer immune to fall damage. However, it cannot prevent falling to one's death. Ah, okay. So there, if Lacrima's feature in the fable of Raya Lucaria, in which she is described as a fairy who was fond of playing the Great Bell Tower. We can still die, but we don't get fall damage anymore. Interesting. Oh, look at this. Here's another item. Okay, lost ashes. So we can copy one of these things here. Hey chat, we could in theory try fighting that entity over there. You're far too early. That's kind of funny. Oh, come on, just die already. Give quite a bit of souls, sadly no drop. Now we know what happens when it pulls you in. Looked unpleasant though, I have to admit. But that looked unpleasant. Okay, so we now are immune to falling damage if we would equip it. The question is, can we get more talisman slots? Also a thing. Huh. Where do we have it? Okay, let's move on. Wait, there's something wrong here. Better. We died, right? So I have to... I don't have the death count. I still have the death counter running in parallel, but it's not precise because I very often forget that I have to upgrade it. The amount of deaths. Okay, here's a place. I could go even further. Surprise! Okay, that's really strange. Try this. Dead end ahead, huh? There's an item up there though. How do we get to that? Oh, here are we again. No jump ahead, yeah. Close. How do we get there? Wait, I have an idea. Maybe we get there later. Kidding me. Because if you get too close, no, it doesn't look like we would get from here. Wait, here's an invisible wall, right? Maybe here is another one? Could swear I checked all these walls here. Maybe we can jump off the balcony. Can jump off the balcony. Ha! Okay. I take everything back. Huh. For a moment I thought I would be the smartest person on Earth. Now I think I'm an idiot again. So it switches back and forth quite a lot. I mean, we can maybe jump. Well, we can just jump up here. Okay. Smartness reestablished. Oh, that was close. Almost fell down there. And we found the Olivinius Glintstone Crown. Whatever that does. But we have it now. One of the glintstone crowns bestowed upon rare Lucaria scholars whose pursuits were deemed worthy. Increased intelligence and the detriment of HP. The lineage of Olivius Conspectus began with the sorcerer Lusat, and its adherents continued his study for meteors. Okay. Got it. Good. Can we kill this dude? Which enemy exactly did you lock in game? That we like 2 roll attacks didn't hit him. Like I did a roll attack on purpose because it has like a horizontal swing and hits a lot. And for whatever reason, Mr. Character decided to miss this person here like 6 times in a row. And then his mage friends just nuked me, which I found rude, to say the least. Bonk. Okay, dude. Enough casting in my face. Leave it. What do we need? We need 10k. Whew. It's kind of expensive, I have to admit. Not gonna lie, that is much more expensive than I anticipated. Let me check the crafting table really quick. Like, we found a lot of stuff. Like, we have the cuckoo glintstone things, which I assume use FP to produce a magic bolt. Yeah, it's what these other knights on the ground use. They throw these things on the ground and then magic bolt things happen. Oh, we have the magic pot that we can now craft. Throws at enemies to inflict magic damage. We have the same with holy damage and with excrements. Oh, we have freezing stuff. We have magic grease. What do we need for that? We need the crystal bud and root resin. That's pretty good because, in my opinion, we could use this maybe from time to time because we can produce it ourselves. It's basically a pine resin or a magic. What is it called? Ale pine? No. What? It was the ooze in Dark Souls 2? White ooze or something? Oh god, shield grease. Okay, this is for shields. Interesting to know that stuff like this exists. Was this here? Oh, that is inflict sleep on the weapon. But we want to have the extra magic damage. Adding magic damage to attacks. The effect is much more briefly with those. This is poison stuff. So one could use that too. We have a lot of weird arrows that we can use. Oh, we even have magic arrows. We need always these, no, fireflies. Crystal buds are relatively rare to get, but we only need one, if I see this correctly, to get more out of it. The question is, what am I going to do with my 6k souls? I would suggest we have a look at our equipment, because I'm still, like, I'm pumping stats into this hammer like crazy. We have 31 strength already, but we also have 24 dex, so I often play with hammers and with its Zweihander and stuff, so this time I wanted to switch, but I found so little swords that seemed awesome to me. Like, for example, this sword. Just by the looks of it, it's not bad. The problem with it is, just for whatever reason, less damage than this here. Which is kind of strange. Like, why is the scaling? This weapon has better scaling than the broadsword, but has better stats than the broadsword. That is strange to me. A roll attack is a thing. I like that. And this is the... I mean, it attacks really fast. Like, in comparison to the hammer, this is like lightning fast. Excuse me, I'm testing my weapon. It works, kind of. Lie I had. Probably a dude online with... So there's a magic boss here. Haven't checked the walls here too much, to be honest, but... would be surprised if we find something worth our while. So I would take my tremendous amount of runes and go to the place of no return. No, that was not what I wanted to say, but you know what I mean. And we go to the smith and upgrade the weapon.
Well, I took you no matter to lay out your own.
Nope, we're not dead yet. So we have 24 of those smithing stones. I'm not sure, like, are there already tables? Let me... I should have checked the broadsword too. Let me see if they are online, like there's a wiki or so with stat tables. Lord Swan Straight Sword. Elden Ring Lord. Straight Sword. The table isn't filled out yet. Oh, it is for standard, at least. Physical damage. If I look at the stats, considering the table here is correct, the broadsword would seem to be the better option. So the scaling of the other is... oh, I hate this sometimes. Wear off. A terrible mistake. Teleport to the start again. I want to try the weapons out. So that was this weapon. This weapon has a round about the same range. This weapon has slightly more range. The roll attacks are different. So I'm pretty unsure what to do. Camera spell. This already can't level up. Just sit a bit differently. Wrong. Always needs to orient here a bit.
Well, I took youth nomad. Lay out your own.
I would say we don't need to invest too much into the sword. We can just invest a little bit. Like the smithing stone one, I can't buy them, but probably there will be a point where we can. We also have smithing stone too. We have several of those. Oh, we are now at 3. Here I need to be careful though, because I don't know what we need for. Even for the 2 plus 5, we would also need still 2. Okay. What's with Hammer, Mr. Hammer? Hammer needs 3 already. Plus 7. Also plus 7 already. I think like the hammer damage is okay, but I don't want to cannibalize too much. Oh, you can upgrade this too? This needs a somber smithing stone. That is interesting to know. That's another weapon that needs this material. This one here? That is too precious. Like the few PvP matches I made already, a lot of people use this weapon here. And we still have the option to go Dex too. I also noticed you can potentially reset your weapon stats. Oh, plus 7. Yeah, I keep 5 stones. I keep it just would be too expensive. This here, I use too rarely fireballs. It's just for certain enemies. That's kind of helpful. You had to have. Does the stability change? Doesn't change at all. Only the weapon, the damage of the shield changes. Unfortunate. We also have now 2 of these lost ashes of war, so we can duplicate something. We have a lot of interesting stuff here already. I missed one though. I forgot where I saw it. Or was it in the review? I don't know. So what stuff shall we put into the sword? I would like to use this one here. It's kind of funny. So standard is 211, right? This is 210. This is just 3 less, so 200, no, 6 less, 204. So most damage would be still the standard. I'm not sure if we would need this, but I have to admit I find it kind of funny. What does the Zweihander currently have? You just check the stuff here. Zwei is here. Oh, Zwei has the charge. Just undo it. Oh, we could undo that too. That is funny. I should admit, this mechanic I find really interesting. It's one of the mechanics I like quite a lot. I mean, we could use all kinds of things. We could also use this here, the gravitas. That's, in my opinion, a really funny one. This magic thing here is also pretty annoying. I like that. We have so many stuff we can use here as attacks. Spinning slash. Kick is really powerful, in my opinion. At least against, of course, enemies with a shield. The problem I have is that there's no room here where I can test the weapon. That is absolutely nonsensical. Maybe this door here later opens and then here you can use it or so. But in this... Or maybe, wait. Maybe here in this dungeon? No. Not even here. You can use this stuff. I mean, we could use this here and check what awesome loot we would get. But so far it seems the only way to test it is we have to teleport out and have to teleport back there if we want to test the stuff real quick. And the only... I'm not sure if we can switch the stuff out ourselves. I think we need an item for that, which we haven't found yet. Oh yeah, we tested it last time. That's my opinion. The wind up of it is sadly too low to really use. So that doesn't help us too much. I mean, the standard stuff of the straight sword is also good. Don't get me wrong, but wrong.
I took you no matter to lay out your arms then.
Ashes of War. What else would be interesting? Like the kick would be good. Impaling Thrust. I mean, that is not a bad attack, considering that we lack a bit thrust attacks with this weapon now. Square off. Yeah, square... No, that is sword dance. Bit unfortunate that the testing of the weapon is so terrible in this place. Yeah, it would be just awesome too, because I can't attack in this room. Can work. Well, we keep it for the time being. Try it out. Question is, where do we need to go next? To be honest, in this area there was also something I forgot, I think. There's a merchant. What was this here? think we also haven't checked out this area here. Even here, also, what was here? I don't remember that either. There's definitely some stuff to check. We still have the dragon. Cave of Knowledge doesn't work. Yeah, we would have to go from here. Following the wrong sign. Awesome. I have to admit, fits quite well, at least on the horse. Oh, I remember what this is. This is the mark for where we had the treasure that we didn't collect. I remember now. Remove that. Is there something else we overlooked? Yeah, I thought there was. Could go there. I was completely wrong. I could not have been more wrong. We have to get back then, get at least our souls back. We also try fighting the dragon. Still have here. But oh no, where am I? And we went up the hill. We need to go right next to the hill, right? This dude's still here? No. Wasn't he an NPC somewhere? There was one, and he's gone. We found him. He probably moved to another location. We got two already. What's going on here? I remember this place here too. Oh yeah, I remember this too. We need these great dragonfly heads. for some crafting stuff, but yeah. No, we were already here. Went over there. There we found her dead. We got invaded by her father already. What a name though. Rune, I think was the name, right? Was a Dark Souls 3 reference. Merchant. Here's an NPC in the Witchbane ruins. I think that is the... Here we have found. Wasn't an NPC also here somewhere in these ruins? I think I didn't mark these ruins here. Hey chat, where do we go next? We could return to the academy and just progress there further, which might be smart, so we make some progress, and I call the episode today Progress. So far I'm doing a terrible job of progress. Schoolhouse, classroom. Main gate, Church of the Cuckoo. What is that? That sounds funny. Promise. Now we know that here are illusory walls. There's a ladder up on top. Oh. That's bad. Okay, now I have bad news for you, my friend. Takes 3 hits to kill. Do more backstab damage with this. But interesting to know, there is stuff here on top. But how do we get there? Takes also very little. There is a whole layer that shows you can get up there. The question is, how do we enter that? Strange. And if we go outside, what happens here? That's just where you go to the bridge, right? Yeah, that is this area here. Oh, okay, we can... This is how you get up there. Can't go to the map anymore. Other weapons 3 hits. but this is much faster. Oh, it's not much faster. Okay, let's say this is where we need to go. The argument is this war already. Wait, what is this called? Academy Crystal Cave. That's the main gate. That's wrong. Church of the Cuckoo, Schoolhouse, Debate Parlor. That is where we need to go, but it's really relatively far away. Okay, let's maybe check the other section. I have no idea how to get there yet. But I know here we go outside and also follow like a different path, so might be worth it. Check. Let me just see, where is the other thing? Here. We just remove that so we don't have confusing other markers. Oh, here's a crab. That's funny. Yeah, also noticed you can go up here, right? Oh, it's just a dead end. Yeah, it's just a dead end. Okay. At least I think it is. But what about here? Stop casting. Stop casting. Got some frame drops here again. Here the frame rate is especially bad. Frame rate is sometimes so bad in this game. Flintstone wet blade. Okay. All of a sudden there's this thing there. Huh. What is the frame rate today on this area? It's not just today, it's just really unfortunate. Oh. Oh, no way. Now the hammer, this thing, maybe the hammer is a bit better against this particular enemy. Frame rate here is really terrible. It's only terrible place to fight. Frame rate is the frame pacing, like there would be at least somewhat consistent, but it isn't. It's like really inconsistent too. Here my input got eaten. Oh, terrible. Maybe get here a bit. Excuse me. Oh no. Two times in a row. Really? Really? Sorry, it's just so annoying when the frame rate is so inconsistent. Like, man, why? This area doesn't even... I don't even know what is tanking the frame rate so hard in this area. Like, even this part here, like... Suddenly you lose like 50% FPS or so out of nowhere, then it jumps back to 60 and then back and forth. Like inconsistent frame timings are really just the worst. Oh no. What? Oh. That was a different attack. What? That hit me. No. Another swing. Got it. It took much more time than it needed to be. Okay, here we still have an item, but I need to get out of this area. I'm not sure how it appears in stream, but it really is. Oh. I see a gigantic crab all of a sudden. Just killed his everything considered, we could get over there by jumping on these things. Oh, this is a really terrible area. Performance-wise. Harolos glintstone crown. Didn't expect crap. Yeah, me neither. Oh, that's the wrong one. One of the glintstone crowns bestowed upon Raya Lucaria scholars who pursues the deemed worthy. What? Upon Raya Lucaria scholars whose pursuits were deemed worthy. Okay. Increase intelligence to the determinant of stamina. The Colus Conspectus is the oldest of the Academy's lineages of study, beget by sorcerer Azur. Scholars who follow in his footsteps pursue the mysteries of comets. So this is meteors, this is comets. Okay. Here we got another fruit. Not sure seed. Not sure how many we have. Seems like a few. Oh, Chad. The sleep crab. Hit. Crab eggs. Not sure what you do with the crab eggs, but we got a few now. The gold rune. Oh, we're getting close, by the way. Really, my FP are completely depleted, so we can't use time for crap. Yeah. Lie ahead. I assume through a wall. Doesn't look like it. Okay. I would argue we could just jump here and jump up here. Okay. Well, we only got hit once. That's... You have to give me that. That was not that bad, right? Oh, there's a teleport thing. What could we place here? B? Oh, yes. I missed the jump. In my head, I had so much cheese prepared for this guy, and then this happened. I had all the cheese. Considering all the cheese, though, we could just get our souls and maybe get a level up. Also a teleporter. Rent ahead. Sorry. Shall we use it? The question is, can we come back? Why not? Travel to another location. Curious where this might lead to. Rent ahead, though. Oh, this is the Church of Vows. Oh, we were already here. Here was the NPC. I didn't mark the NPC though. That definitely didn't help me. Level up. What could we do, chat? Oh, we are short a few souls. Funnily enough, that is still not enough. Need something 400, 400, 500, I don't know, something among those lines. I should check before I run blindly into all of this. Oh, we need 400. Okay. What I mean with sometimes the world's a bit empty, like, looks cool. Oh. Guy. Oh, this guy. That's a decent amount of damage. Careful here. Half HP. Yeah, it should be enough. We need 10k souls for level up. Quite a lot. I wanted to skill dexterity a little bit, right? Teleport. I have to find the academy at the bonfire. Ooh. The bait thing. Bad news, we have to walk. Okay, we have to fight this weird guy there in the garden, I think. Maybe... Yeah, the shield, huh? No, I did a mistake, chat. We have to teleport a bit. Like I said, it's a bit unfortunate. Maybe I should switch to the kick. Pause the orient for a moment here. Don't block me.
Well, I took you no matter. Lay out your own.
Ashes of War. On the kick. Oh, heavy cold magic. Now we have options, it seems, but we don't need those. Calculate this really quick. Heavy seems to do more damage. Why? This is 224. Yes, 224. The other does 231. But the difference is not that big anyway. I have the kick. Okay, let's fight this weird dude. Now with the power of kick, which doesn't use focus points, by the way. And with 10k souls spent, it should keep moving. Okay, we have strong foe. The power of a kick. So, attack. Up. Casting, my friend. Oh, we got the carrion shit. Now we have the weapon of it, and we have pretty much all. Here we come to. Okay. No, that doesn't look like you should jump down there. There's a teleport to the Church of Vows. Donk. Oh, I didn't see that coming. Oh, here was Mr. Krabs down there. We remember that. Now we are one level above, which is good. Also, he dropped something, and we want to have that. Sorceress Manchettes. Manchetten. I don't know. Yes. No. We are going to the completely wrong direction. Unfortunate. Knock knock. Oh. Stop casting. Wait a minute. Eight may attack. I didn't go further. I'm just an idiot. Didn't explore here correctly. Fortunate. Oh, nice. Don't know what they are doing with these birds. Glintstone and birds. That's basically what this whole thing is built upon. So this is a shortcut. I assume it was. I assume this door was not openable before, but I don't know for sure. Aww. Just out of curiosity, where do we land when we go here? That is a shortcut. I think this might be the door that... Was this the door? Oh no, that can't be. There was a door? Hey chat, how did I not see this door? I must be completely blind. Well, it's a blind playthrough, I guess. In a quite literally sense. That was not really... Would recommend you switching your weapons, else I will just destroy you. Also, this arrow in my hand is very unfriendly. Just want to point that out. It's just rude. Shooting arrows at me, that's the other side. Huh. Nope. Did you hear that? Sounds like somebody who was heavy was moving. Oh, here is where we fought the boss in this building behind us. Is this? It doesn't look too good. Stop casting like a maniac. Weird dolls. Meteor. Item ahead. That is true. Let me just double check if I... or whatever. Oh. Can drop down here. How do I get up there? This might be the elevator, huh? I would say that jump is maybe a bit far. I also don't have a better idea, so we just drop here. Oh, that looks like death. Don't jump onto that either. Stop that. Was close. I didn't hit the attack to interrupt him. But I wasn't fully healed either. All these funny messages here. Here. Thanks. Necessary item ahead. Just can't believe it. All that for a freaking rune? Like, that's what I mean with the loot is sometimes really disappointing. Like, I'm climbing here the roofs, risking my life, doing stuff, and then I get like a freaking rune 4, which gives like 2,000 souls or something, or 1,200, I think. Yeah. Awesome, like 100, 400, 800, yeah, it might really be 1,200 souls. Like, I don't get this. Like, at the end, I would have just expected the most important item on Earth. Like, I don't know, the Great Hammer of Doom +5 or something like this. And not a rune. Like, did I overlook something here? Is there... Oh, and this is a dead end, or what? So you're telling me I'm trapped? Can't be, right? It can't be a dead end. I have 6,000 souls. How am I supposed to get back? Ah. I think here I can drop somewhere. Okay, we can continue though. Questions left or right? I assume it doesn't. Okay, I see loot. I will get the loot. Frame rate. Here's a ladder. This guy just jumps down. Imbued sword key. Okay, that sounds already more like a useful item. What is it? Stone key, shaped like a sword. A special item imbued with rich blue magic breaks the seal on the imp statues guarding sending gates. Enshrined in each belfry, but remains embedded in the statue after use. Meaning it can only be used once as an item. Think well before using it. Belfries. There were these 3 belfries or something, right? So maybe it's for those. Oh, these jumping with frame lag. Or with frame drops. Scary thing. Okay, we found 2. Missing stone 3. I don't like the number stuff though. I've already talked about that. That's a crab. It's a crystal crab that drops crystal stuff, I think. Dry range battle. Not convinced. I guess it makes sense though, but... Okay, we survived. Chat, we survived the jump. Now we have a ladder here. Not sure what exactly is down here. Get up there? Oh, you were already up there. Yeah, you can jump down this tower and land here for whatever reason. Nope. Nothing. Okay, very curious. I think we have to make the jump here on this building here to behind us from the top of the ladder place thing. What's the height difference? There is quite a height difference. But we don't care about height differences. Because this game has low gravity, it seems. Oh. Marionette Soldier Bird Helm. Okay, we got that too. Was surprised by that. I think we have to spend some money. How come you didn't take fall damage from here? As said, the game has really low fall damage. In case I also have I don't have it equipped, I think, but I also have this ring here that says renders Vera immune to fall damage. So I could have used that either, but in comparison to Dark Souls 2, for example, like this jump here doesn't really do fall damage. Valkyrie Yuko, also welcome. This game you can really jump down quite a bit of height without getting fall damage. I have to be careful because there's somewhere another soldier. Messing with him. Let me just kill him really fast before. Yeah, it's a lot safer than Dark Souls 2. Like Dark Souls 2 basically plays on, I don't know, Jupiter or something when it comes to gravity. Like, Dark Souls 2 is fall damage the game. Even Dark Souls 1 had far less fall damage than Dark Souls 2. Dark Souls 2 is really an extreme here. But in Elden Ring, fall damage isn't that big of a deal. Yeah, another thing I would say, well, I would say here, I'm not sure if I would survive this here. Careful that I don't get ambushed by something. I don't want to die here. But let me just do the menuing here. Like, you can, of course, you also have the Prism Stones here. They're called different. In this game, everything is called differently. Now it's called Rainbow Stones. Instead of it's a Prism Stone. I think if it doesn't die, when I also can take the jump without dying. See? I would say I can survive this jump. See? We didn't even get fall damage. And I did not use the fall damage ring. So the fall damage in this game is really, really low. But yeah, in Dark Souls 2, we would have gotten so much fall damage from this jump. We would have died 2 times in a row, I guess. So it's definitely a difference here. Yeah, that's really a neat trick. I'm not sure if it's true though, so don't quote me on it. But so far I went pretty well with it. There was another deep fall, and I tried it out and it worked. Oh, okay. I want to explore there's an item here in this room. Oh, that's another one. This we can get easily. Only thing I'm worried are enemies. So maybe we take out Mr. Shield. Be careful because I don't know this area. Oh, this is... Frame rate in this game is so terrible. There's another item on one of those things, but this looks like a dead end though. No, it's not. You can drop down. Where is this room? Is this the room we fought the boss? No. That is not the room. There's a ladder to the side. I have no idea which room this here might be. But there's still some roof space that we can explore. There's also an item there. Speaking of also an item there. How many do I have? I don't have... Just want to be very careful here. Waited. These things are kind of wild. They have backdashes with iframes. That's always scary. Okay, well, I gotta finish up my workout. Was great watching. If you're still streaming in a few, I'll tune in. Awesome. Thanks for joining in, and have a good one. Maybe see you later. I will stream for quite some time today because I really want to make some progress here. Oh, this place. Nope. We would probably not survive that. Maybe with a ring, I'm not sure. I'm not sure what exactly means no fall damage, but I'm so far now. I really don't want to die. Also need new stuff. So we were here, we need to donate. Okay. Is there also a window on the other side? Just out of curiosity. Oh, speaking of window from the other side. This is where we need to go. This place here is where we need to go, I think. There was like the upper level of the... What was it called? Church of the Cuckoo or something? Okay. Probably we have to... I assume this path here leads to... Oh, there's a mage dude. I have to try this. I want to get this item there though, so we can't drop here. I would say it would be safer to drop on this side thing here first, and then the other thing. You just have to hit it. Looks good. Academy Glintstone key. Really good. We need one of those. It seems like we can go to the other side. Question is, where will be enemies? Uh-oh. Found him. Oh, another one. Dead end. That was the ladder. Okay, we killed this guy. A bit scared of those peeps. That makes things easier. Okay, now we have a moment or two. There was the ladder. Maybe this is the Church of the Cuckoo thing. It is. There's a shortcut. Awesome. For a moment I thought that would be another one of those dudes. It's not. Shattering Crystal. Awesome. What is this place? I didn't see this door, but I was also busy being scared. So far we should be able to get relatively safe to this thing. The question is, where are these dolls coming from the ceiling when we go down there? There's also Mr. Krabs here. I don't want to lose unnecessary health. Wind Sage Glimstone Crown. Okay, we can read this description really quick. What am I doing? Wind Sage Glimstone Crown. One of the... Yeah, we already read this. The first part. Greatly increased intelligence to the determinant of HP and stamina. Scholars of the Twin Sage Conspectus were the elites of the academy, permitted to study and excel in sorceries of all kinds. Wasn't there also something up here? Yeah, there must be a way to get up. We have to maybe re-explore the roof in a moment. But so far, I think we got everything. We got the ladder there. This looks like a boss or something. Who's that person? Oh no, that's... I have a problem. Maybe here's a good place to fight him. Excuse me, sir. Okay, maybe screw over yourself. Hey, you went through this door. Let's just slowly walk with my back to the door, away, so he can backstab me easier. That was really nice of him. I have to admit, that was really nice of him. What is this? Is this a boss? No, it's not a fog gate. It's a weird thing. Hold an item. Oh, it looks beautiful. Oh. Azur's glintstone stuff. So Azur is one of these mages. We found one of those balls that we killed one of those balls. I remember that. All this crystal stuff, very reminiscent of Seas, the Scaleless, and also magic stuff. It's so weird that this game is not called Dark Souls 4. I wouldn't be surprised if the twist at the end of the game is that it plays, it's like a distant circle of the Dark Souls universe. Like it is in the Dark Souls universe, it just is a very distant, weird cycle, or maybe it's a very early one or whatever. We can get up there somehow. Well, can we make a funny message? Situation, places, directions, concept, phrases. I don't know. Can't come up with something funny. This is, by the way, yeah. Here is the marker that we set at the beginning. And now we were here. So we also completed this. That guy, by the way. We just double check. See, could drop down from here. I'm not sure where we would land though. I don't think helpful. This is where we get. Have this crystal stuff. Like for mage, this is pretty awesome, but we don't play a mage, so most of the stuff we find here we won't need. But still cool to find stuff in case you would play a mage. It would be paradise. That works. They climb up the ladder. Ladders. Pretty YouTube. Was weird. Okay, we are back to this bonfire, which is awesome. Not gonna lie. We made it, we didn't die. That is the most important part. We have 9k souls though. And yeah, we might need to visit this place here. Question is, do I want to do scary jumping from rooftop to rooftop stuff?
Always a pleasure.
With this amount of souls on me. So we still have 41. So I should get like 75 or so. Should get a decent amount of these things.
See that no harm comes to my kin. We have a saying, we wanderers, lament not your solitude. Expect no sympathy, no regard. Nothing. But if anyone dares harm us, show them no mercy. That is our code, so to speak. Just the way we are. Deeply unforgiving.
Okay.
Goodbye.
With 6k souls, what am I supposed to do with that? How do I get back to the roof, though? Pretty strange, isn't it? Like, we have a lot of places up there. Also, we can give our mage friend the key. We still have somewhere a door. I remember now. We have to... Oh, there's a door. It's up there. We can go... Oh, we got a good stone stuff. Oh, this doesn't even lead to where I hoped it would lead to. Well. This is a shortcut. Close. Stop casting my friend. That is just rude. Okay, this guy doesn't respawn, that's good to know. It's strange that here is no thing. Like no Light of Grace for whatever reason. Makes no sense, in my opinion. Well, let's put it that way, it makes very little sense. Here's an elevator which we haven't tried out yet. Let's see where this leads to. Could this be the boss room of Doom? Ahead. No hidden path ahead. Yeah, that is right. There was no hidden path. Might be a boss room. I don't want to check boss rooms with 7k souls. Like, there was a dude guarding this place here. He was relatively strong too, so... My assumption is more on the side of things of... this might be the actual way to go. The main problem I have now is, of course... Speaking of main problem... Inventory? We have 2 seats. We might need... Oh yeah, I think here was the door I took, right? We still haven't figured out this place here. Oh. I did terrible things. Was a teleport. Okay, we just found out how it works. This trick that you can jump down somewhere to the side works relatively often, I have to admit. Careful. Did not expect somebody coming down, but I heard. No, I have to admit, I expected it somewhat, but oh. Oh. Do I want to kill this small dude? Yeah. It stops doing this. Okay. Now I can focus on this guy. Seems to have no fault. Oh, Chris, why do you fail so much? Roll got buffered. I have to remember now where to get to the roof, though. It was through the door we initially went through. So unfortunate we died there. Close. That was also close. I did not expect. But yeah. What? I thought I would land behind him and dodge the attack. What are the other dudes? Did they not respawn? Sanctuaries. Does the Sanctuary Stone do, chat? Sanctuary Stone. Material used for crafting items. Light. Glintstone Scarab. What is that again? Yeah. Maybe it's a talisman. I didn't check the item. Maybe it's a key item. Okay. By the way, we haven't read the description of this here, right? Academy glintstone stuff. Stuff of the academy, right? Look, embedded with turquoise, glintstone, whatever that is. Only a recognized sorceress permitted to wield this stuff. Good. Stuff of the primeval glintstone sorcerer Azur. Only those who have glimpsed what lies beyond the wisdom of stone may wield it. Reduces casting times of all sorceries but consumes additional FP. Bad. Valuable headband featuring fine goldwork, travel attire worn by nobles in the capital abandoning their birthplace after the shattering. These undead wanderers are the pitiful product of unending life. Oh, it's a headpiece. Blue-green scarab worn directly on the head. These scarabs roll clumps of sorcery during their labors. Slightly reduces the FP costs of sorceries, but increase the damage taken. Okay. A lot of those ropes here. Okay, we can jump down here for reasons. We should check the other stuff too. Also should check for wards. Very fair that these other dudes don't respawn, except this one dude there here in the corner. A bit surprised by that. Oh, this is where the ball falls down. Magic, weird magic portal. Okay, so we can jump down onto the roof here. Okay, gold rune 7, that's really not bad. I'm not sure how many souls these are, but I would argue quite a few. We need a bit more. We really a lot of souls to get, but we're close to level up again. One dude inside? No. Frame rate in this is just noble thing. So far I like the sword though, I have to admit. Do we still have the kick? We have. I would say we use a few souls that we have. We have 12 of those. Not sure how many these are. This should be enough. Yeah, that should be round about enough for a level up. Oh, we are 40 souls short. I have bad news for these people outside there. We will get those 40 souls. Just double check. Yeah, that's enough. Okay, that's another level up. And then we check the roof section again. I feel like I missed something. Flasks. Level up. You. This death? Yeah, that is death. Okay. Here was the item. Yeah, we have to climb up. Like, there was still one place where I had no idea how to get on top of that. And... oh, this here is a bit annoying. Okay. I still have a feeling there is like one building or so where we could get, for example, this here. Like, I've not found out how to get up there. Yet. Ow. Very strange, chat. How do we get up there? The easiest part would be an illusory wall or something here. Doesn't look like. I can't make this jump here, though. He came from the other side. Also, there's like a little rendering bug. This is a dead end, so if I make this jump down, if I jump down there, it's gone. Can't call my horse. With the horse I could make the jump, but without the horse, really. There's also this place down there. But there's an enemy on top and there's an item here down. No, it's not an item. There are definitely people on top. Question is, why is it there? I mean, I have a ring that negates falling damage. So on paper I need to get up, not to get down. Something here on this bridge. Doesn't look like it. Bird cage, okay. Getting on top of this building is definitely would be pretty helpful, but I don't know how. I only know there's an item, and I don't know how to get there. Maybe we try marking. I mean, it has nothing to do with the place there, but yeah, like, don't see the possibility. I only know you can go down here, of course, but there's like an illusory wall or something weird. Really unusual. Doesn't look like there would be an item there. Can we could try making this jump to this roof over there. It would not help me to get this item over there. You can make this jump. Wow, I did not expect this to work at all. There's still no ladder helping us in any shape or form. Oh, we can't jump. Place. Oh, we got 5 arrows. That's awesome. I can't jump back up. This is deeper than I thought. Such a strange design then. Everything here looks at end of doom. Everything here looks so wrong. Okay. I think we found the way up though. Stop that. This guy has a lot of paintings of him here in this. Snake. Not sure what they mean by snake, but oh, can't climb when I'm ducking. Also, yeah, well, it's not strange. It's okay. Careful that nobody kicks me down the ladder. This is how you land on that roof. Okay. Found that out. And there's another treasure chest here. This place is just really big. Precious item ahead. Full moon crossbow. Okay. That sounds not too shabby. one-of-a-kind enchanted crossbow of exquisitely detailed craftsmanship, made to celebrate the matrimonial union and reconciliation between the houses of the Earth Tree and the Full Moon, Laendel and Raya Lucaria. The two rings dance when reloading the weapon, reveals true worth when used with wholly infused bolts. Two rings dance when reloading the weapon, reveals true worth when used. Oh, okay. Has a kick-ass ability. Is this basically the... I assume this is a javelin. This is where we did the jump last time, right? Yeah. This is where we had to jump down and it wasn't... so close. Didn't get the run for whatever reason. Not bad. Question still remains. Like there was this one tower you can in theory get down again, but I've had no idea how to get there either. Can't make this jump from here. That is like your what do you call this? There is the ladder. You can drop. Oh, I could have dropped from there down to this place. That's what it's for. Okay. Is there something worse up here on this level here? It doesn't look like there's a ladder or so. Like there is a box or so inside, so barrel I see. There's some decoration stuff, but it doesn't look like there's more than that. Ouch. Every time this is this close. So this guy you really have to take out carefully or fast bit it. Wait. I think I know. And here I can now drop down from this place here. There's no item down. Okay. Oh, this is also where we could have used... Okay, okay. Doesn't help us. We have to go back this waypoint again. I think I now know how to get to this place. But I'm not sure if it's worth going there. Or maybe we were already there. With the wrong path. It's also the wrong bonfire. It is this here. Very unfortunately, not unfortunate, but it's a very long path. Very little sites of grace here we can use. Paths are really long to walk here, but still, it's a pretty cool level, I have to say. I really like it. It has a bit like the feeling of the archives, but it's less annoying. That in of itself is an achievement. Climb up this ladder now. What where I need to go after? Could be very wrong here. No, it's not wrong. I think what you have to do is do this, the tight jump here. This is, by the way, how you get to this other thing. Get up this thing here. I have to admit, I don't fully the purpose of this place here. I can drop down now here. But what is it for? We now land in this place with the crabs. Oh, that is why. We get the lazuli glintstone mask thing. Just read the description really quick, so we have all of them. One of the glintstone crowns bestowed upon rare Locaria scholars whose pursuit were deemed worthy. Increase intelligence and dexterity to the excrement of HP. Scholars of the Lazuli Prospectus study carrion sorceries. A heterodox pursuit that views the moon as equal to the stars. Interesting. So we found several of those weird helmets. And we found crab eggs. Okay, that is what it's for. We even found that. I assume not many people have found that. Oh, this is a drop already. Pretty awesome. Maybe we should put the message there. Thought about it too late and farm a few of those fantastic points. I have to say, really cool level so far. Really enjoy it. Oh, there's a drop. Good that I double checked. 5 arrows. I'll take those, even though we rarely use a bow, but why not? What could we write? First off, actions. Then and then jumping. Gesture. Pretty good. I did it. Message. Template. Raise. Well done. Templates, try jumping. Try running, then jumping. Message. Enemy ahead, upwards. And then precious item ahead. Close. Writing messages. So much about progress. So, where do we get to the boss room now? We have to go here. And see... I think we first should switch... Oh, we have so many souls again. Inventory...
I took you've no man to lay out your own.
So let us see. I don't think we will need the kick. Maybe for a boss fight the war cry is better, so we can increase our damage a bit. Also try determination. $51, 30, yeah, 31. 231, 225. Oh, this is range deck scaling. Oh, now we got determination. What does determination do again? Hold the flat of the environment of your face, flat shield, powering up your next attack. Noble slender sword.
No matter.
No. What is this here? Endure. Might be interesting for hyper armor. Yeah, probably not. Maybe a thrust attack. Impaling thrust could be good. The repeating thrust could be good. Quick step is kind of funny, but kick only against shield enemies. Ranged attack, this whirlwind thing. Interesting. Could be good against the boss fight though, in a boss fight. Maybe the war cry, because we just get more damage. Could just try getting if the missing, I don't know, something souls together, and that would be wise. Should not be enough just yet. We need 2 souls more. That's enough. Level up. It is enough. Okay. Go for a bit more bigger. I know what. That would work. The menuing confuses. threw a bunch of daggers there, so probably just get it for the rest. We get new daggers, and then we fight the boss, I would say.
Always.
We have 2 runes left. Right. Okay, so we have the shortcut, right? And not only that, we also... We check the boss now. Boss time. I think we got everything. Like, we really put a lot of time to finding everything. Maybe it's not a boss, though. That would be the worst. But I assume, like, why would the person guard this particular place here? The path is really long. Maybe there's a bonfire just outside of Grace. That's called right in front. Maybe this is just another level section. Who knows? No, this looks like a boss room. Uh-oh. Hello.
Hush, little Calva. I'll soon birth thee anew, a sweeting, fresh and pure.
Okay. Queen of the Full Moon, huh? Ouch! Okay, she can mass produce those. I've not figured out what exactly I have to do. This is not a hidden path. Okay, suggestions, chat. Okay, that kind of works.
Time to be born
Boing. Cool. Stop that. That's not in the library and fire. That's always not a good thing.
Come, sweetings. Time to be born anew.
What is going on? Donk. Oh. Not that. The frame rate is terrible. Could we hit her?
Time to be born anew.
Oh, I found her. Stop it. Somewhere here she hit Stop it. Here we have
Time to be born anew.
no, not time. Time for the time that is now is damage. Damage time. Deep damage time. The best time in my life. Damage time. Okay, it was a gimmick boss. Expected like an epic mage fight or something. Oh, was that the first phase?
My beloved, have no fear. I will hold thee. Patience.
And maybe
Ye will be countless born, forever and ever.
look too great, to be honest.
Upon my name as Rani the Witch. Mother's rich slumber shall not be disturbed by thee. Foul trespasser. Send word far and wide. Of the last queen of Caria, Renala of the full moon. And the majesty of the night she conjureth.
Okay. That is my epic mage fight. Oh, for real. How many cast spells does she can cast? It's not... Okay, I dodged. Now it's my turn, and it just nuked me completely. The question is, do we have to repeat the first part of the fight? I have to admit, why is there not a statue though that you can just... Now we have to walk there? Like, did I overlook a side of grace? Why is there no side of grace? I don't understand, chat. I really don't. Like, I praised the game for this path is really annoying. I lose already a flask here, even on the way, which I might need on the fight itself. Yeah, that's really strange, chat. Maybe we don't have to do the first part of the fight. But yeah, I was right. There is a boss. I can't really decide which path is better. But why is here no bonfire on this place here? That is really strange to me. Oh no. Okay, this might be an annoying fight. Okay, there's one glowing and singing. Okay. There's the other one. Oh, I'm not prepared. Stop that. Stop hitting me. Hello. Stop dodging my attacks. Didn't see that. What is this fight? What is the first phase? Like, give her more HP and just skip the first phase because. Phase. I don't know. Maybe my hammer would be the better choice here in this fight. I have to admit. The reason for that is, I don't know. Maybe for the first phase the sword is better, but maybe the hammer would be better for the second phase. Because it's just, I can't hit her that often. Like, she's consistently, so I should make it count when I hit her. So not sure if this is the shortest way, because it's just... Sensical stuff. Okay, she can summon a dragon that can make fire. And she can also summon other weird spirit beings that help fight. That is kind of annoying, I have to admit. Like, I'm impressed. Okay, this might be hammer time again. What was her name though? Nick. Okay. Don't need that. Throwing knives might be useful. What else would be useful? We could try this here. I mean, she will be most likely somewhat immune to magic damage, but not like I have much. I have much selection. Like I can't make lightning grease yet. I can only create this here. Don't want to mess too much around with my inventory. Could try it out, right? Bonk. Real. Ow. Hello. This one here. Even doing there? Whew. A hammer is slower in this, so second phase might be might be hammer time better. Might be better for hammer time. Of course it hits me. Hate this. This. What the Heal. Can I fight this guy?
Come, O throne giant. Thy fate lieth
What a
under
terrible
mine.
fight. Oh, chat, this is a terrible, terrible fight. I have to admit it. It's really, really unfun. Hammer is better for the face, but I need more resources for it. Oh, I hate this, like fighting a fight and having to switch weapons in between. Like the heavy weapon is definitely better for the second phase. Like we can really stun lock her, but I need the stamina. What is my? We have the stamina already. I'm not sure what else gives us stamina regeneration. This is a if I would have known what the fight might have been. I might have decided different, but I assume this sword here is much better for the first phase. Like it has more DPS. The first phase is basically a DPS test, which is not cool. The second phase is then where it gets more interesting. But to get to the second phase, we have to get through the first phase every time. That is highly unfortunate. Where is the other? There she is. Hey. If that helps or not. Come on, dude! Stop throwing these things on me! No! Oh! You have to be kidding me! Oh Mr. Hammer. You didn't hit the hard attack. Oh, Mr. Hammer, why do you do this to me? Can you just hit the heavy attack, please? Oh, this is such a stupid fight. But you see with the stun lock, you can stun lock her. That works kind of well. That you can't do this with the other sword. But the other sword has more DPS, like, because I don't need to consider stamina and attack more often, and the attack damage difference is not that high. But the second phase stunning, I assume I could just skip the summoning if I manage this again. Like, it was a really good, decent phase, but. And like, the problem with the second phase is the switching. Like, when I nuke her down, next time I need to switch. I can't switch to the hammer already. I need to switch weapons really fast. That's really unfortunate. Oh. Don't. We maybe hit her. The hammer. Like, I would love to. Hey, this is terrible. Please, Mr. Miyazaki, let us buff between phases. Let us buff between phases. Can we repeat this as a mantra? Let us buff between phases. Without getting attacked. Like, it is terrible to lose because I just want to use my buff stuff. That is not fun. That is incredibly unfun. Dying, getting shot at. I had to listen to her the whole time. I could have buffed up 20 times and have all the time in the world. And I hate it so much that I can't do this. Like, I always have to make, like, I don't know, super pro menuing in lightning fast. And I can't even prepare for the fight properly. Why not? I don't understand. Let me just switch weapons. Just switch weapons and buff really short. Like, I don't understand why she has to attack instantly. It's just terrible again. Like, this makes me so angry. Like, it's unnecessary. Like, I just want to fight her normally. But give me a break. Then make it that the death animation is longer, so I have time to do this in between or so. But it should not be in a hurry here. I hate this so much. Like doing 5,000 things in the menu. Please, let me just buff up my weapon, man. Like the amount of things I have to do at the end of this fight is just ridiculous. So I probably have to use the Flask of Wondrous Physique a moment earlier or so. But man, this is just terrible game design again. Like, I don't get it. I don't get how can somebody does so many things right and then so many things wrong at the same time? Now I have to do this boring stuff again. And it's just a gatekeeper for the interesting stuff. I hate this. Where's she? Oh, also... Dude, can we hit the right person, please? There. Where are sweetings though? We don't see sweetings over there. This is a gimmick face. Couldn't even confirm. Like, now I have to switch in the middle of a fight. It's just... designs this. Why not just let me buff up for a moment? What on earth, man? What is this terrible game? Why? Why don't let me buff up for a moment? There's no need to shoot a Kamehameha at me at the beginning. Man, who designs this? I don't want to fight the first phase anymore. It's boring as hell. Believe this. Why is this so incredibly terrible? Like, can somebody explain to me why is this so terribly designed? Why not just let me buff up for a moment? Like, just have her idle for a small moment when you don't attack, so you have time to just buff up. Many bosses and souls do this, so you have enough time to infuse your weapon or whatever you want to do. You can understand that the boss don't want to wait for 500 hours till you have basically infused your weapon 50 times. I don't know. But man, this just needs to stop. It's just terrible. Like, I don't want to be in a hurry infusing my stuff, like, or switching my weapon out. Like, there's no need for it. There is literally no need for this to be fast. Like, the first phase is so slow and we have so much time. Oh, not. Need to get really good damage in.
Come, sweetest. Time to be born anew.
Time to be born. We maybe switch up weapons here already. See what was going on here for a moment. For real, dude. There's so many resources. It just hit me there. Terrible fight already. No, I didn't see this. Oh man, this is just so terrible. Please, if you become game designers, don't design it like this. It's frustrating as hell. It's no fun at all. Terrible, 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 terrible boss fight again. Also hate that this happens when I tap out. The problem is we could have probably easily beaten the boss already if it wouldn't be terribly designed. It's just... And I don't mind challenge. Like, I've played through Dark Souls 3 on level 1, and through Dark Souls 2 on level 1, and through Dark Souls 1 on level 1. It's not like I don't like challenge runs, but I like fun bosses, and this is not fun. I don't like not being, like, I don't know. I just want to have a casual, nice playthrough. I don't want to be in a hurry. He's talking for 5 minutes. Why can't I just buff up my weapons in the meantime? I always ask this. It's just so unnecessary. The boss is so incredibly unfun. Like, that is the definition of not fun. The only interesting phase in this fight is the second phase. Maybe make it 2 bosses. Make the first fight, and then she gets summoned or whatever, and that is a real fight then. But make it 2 fights. Don't split it like this, because of like dying in the second phase due to stupid magic stuff that just nukes you in no time is really unfun. Like, I don't want to fight this here. This is just, yeah, I've found out how it works. It's just... Did.
Come, sweetest. Time to be born anew.
Stop that. For real? Oh, come on. Where's the singing girl? There she is. One. I saw her. You're kidding me. No. Was almost death, by the way. No. Oh. Oh god, we got iframes in this place. No, not. Hello, heal. Then we may hit her. No, we. Finally.
My dear daughter, weave thy night into being.
Holy moly, chat. Queen of the Full Moon. Very annoying boss fight. The second phase was okay, or was interesting at least, but having to do the first phase over and over and over is just... Oh. Then, like, don't just shoot me. Beginning.
Where did ye flee, my sweetings? Come out from whence ye hide. There are books and light aplenty, dither not. Come out, say I, or will ye be gravestones, to be better born anew? Thou, is it thy wish to be born anew? To become a sweeting, reborn of my beloved egg?
So you can change... You can even change the gender and so on and so forth. You can change how you look. That's pretty cool. Ah. We can change
I
our
would
stats here.
birth thee as a sweeting, fair and fine. Art thou? I would birth.
Sorry for getting so mad, but man, like I hate it when you can't just go into the fight and you have to switch your weapon. But you have seen the difference in the phases, right? Which was really huge in my opinion. Like there was a huge difference in damage. Can't switch my weapon. I can't attack anymore. Locked? That is really maddening. Now I can't attack the stuff here anymore. Ah, man, this was really annoying, like... Oof. Boss fight in of itself is not fair, you just need to learn to dodge the stuff. You ignore these summons, it seems, they just vanish after a time. Game takes control away, but usually you can always attack. That's really unusual compared to Dark Souls, that there is like now a phase where we can't really attack. I hope there's nothing like, hey, you have to bait out her missiles and get this shelf destroyed. Something like that. That would be terrible. It would be a nice, neat idea, but not if it's something important behind it, because that is really tough to find. Holy moly, this boss. The second phase was at least kind of interesting in that regard. Some interesting attack patterns and so on and so forth, but... Okay, what am I now supposed to do with all of this? Who's that person? Did it. Yeah, me. I did it. Keep moving. Only if I could attack. Okay, and that's it now? I'm not convinced, chat. Aria Grand Library. Oh, but that really is triggering for me. Like, I hate so much if the game takes control like that out of your hands. Or don't let you buff or stuff like that. Why can't I attack here anymore? That's strange. What did we get from her? Did he also drop like something like a great rune, like a key? But I think we got everything, so can I... Where do I have to find my friend? Yeah, right? The Church of... Yeah. Oh, I found the crystal part. Good. Wait a moment, here's a person. Is this our friend?
Good to see you, Master. Do you remember me? Bok, the demi-human. You helped me before and retrieved my sewing needle. Please, Master, allow me to serve you as your seamster. I can't make nothing from scratch, but I'm happy to make adjustments to your garments.
Try that out. That is the armor set that we got. We tried with this one. Because this you can farm, if I'm not mistaken. Ah, you can also back again.
Do you ever make adjustments to your garb yourself? I would, well, rather you let me do the job when possible, please. I don't ask anything in return, you know, and, well, I am your personal seamster after all. Oh, please do be safe on your journeys.
Okay, that's very cool. What? Here? Oh, that's not the same, huh? Not sure how it looked before though. Thought in my mind I had to have two of them. Can still wear it though. I also wear it with the X. Can. Awesome.
Bok the seamster, are you ready to make... Oh, please.
Okay. I should maybe... Question is, will he remain there at the bonfire? It's also awesome that we found 2 keys.
Back to learn another? Why, of course.
Okay, we can give him the academy key because we have 2. Just check this. We have 2, right? this here. This here. We also have one of these eyeballs still. We can change our stats one time. This thing here really wonders me though. Could swear I had a second one of those memory stones. Speaking of, we also had the great Rune of the Unborn. Ember egg clutched by Ranala, Queen of the Full Moon. Great Rune of Unborn Demigods. Perfects those who have been born anew. Children born anew by Ranala are all frail and short-lived. Imperfect beings, each and all.
To learn another? Why, of course. You're willing to give your glintstone key to me. My, oh my. Thank you. Thank you dearly. Now I can go back to the academy to resume my study of glintstone sorceries. Oh. And the very stars.
About the academy.
With your blessing, I will depart for the Academy of Rea Lucaria. Or perhaps one day you'll pay me a visit. Who knows?
But they're all kind of crazy beings.
Decorated sorcerer by then. With your blessing, or perhaps. Who knows?
We have this already. Starlight. That is a very useful spell. We might want to get that. Wait a moment. Before he's like dead or something. It's perfectly.
Why, of course.
Okay. Maybe we have to go here now? Okay, for the time being, we just go here to this place real quick.
My doubts, but my, look at you. Only once before have I seen two great runes together. Look there. The fingers shudder with exuberance. Fine work, brave Tarnished. The greater will is pleased. You have earned the right to become Elden Lord. Now, seek the Erd Tree and an audience with Queen Marika to become Elden Lord and restore the Golden Order. The fingers expect as much from you as they do young Gideon. Take this, a token of farewell.
Ooh, talisman pouch. I think that is neat, so we have another slot, I assume.
Go forth. Become Elden Lord.
Oh, we also have some stuff here. Robe indicating the highest order of sorcerer worn by Renala, Queen of the Full Moon. When Renala had When Renala, head of both the Academy of Raya Lucaria and the Carian royal family, lost her husband Radagon, her heart went along with him. And then those at the Academy realized that Renala was no champion after all. Would be pretty good rope though. Magic resistance. The 10k is of course a bit out of.
A god in truth. But after the Elden Ring's shattering, she was imprisoned in the Erd Tree. A grim punishment for shattering the Order, despite her godhood. The fingers speak.
Marika's trespass demanded a heavy sentence. But even in shackles, she remains a god and the Vision's vessel. Confer great runes to become Elden Lord and join Queen Marika as her consort. The fingers have willed it so.
Now you may go. Let the words of the fingers guide you.
Hey, word of the fingers, huh?
Well, I see you found another great rune. Wonderful. You are a worthy fellow tarnished indeed. Make the journey to the capital, Leyndell, that lies to the east of the Altus Plateau, at the foot of the Erd Tree. The Two Fingers will deny your passage no longer. You may be our best hope. Find your way to the Elden Ring, for we are tarnished, and we must answer the call of grace. Renala is queen of the Carian royals, who govern the Academy, and her great rune dwells within the egg she so dearly clutches. She fought Malenia and her rot to a standstill in the Caelid Wilds to Limgrave's east, and by my reckoning Radahn remains there, even now. Though, I doubt he much resembles his former self anymore. It lies at the foot of the Erd Tree, in the east of the Altus Plateau. But the Two Fingers forbid us from venturing there, until we've acquired enough great runes to repair the Elden Ring. He is a ruthless justiciar who commands a company of inquisitors, reviled for his serpentine demeanor. The volcano, Mount Gelmir, lies in the west of the Altus Plateau, the realm of the Erd Tree. It was the stage of the most appalling battle in the entirety of the Shattering. Rykard has committed the grave sin of blasphemy, marking himself as an enemy never to be forgiven.
Distantly helpful. Yeah, I saw it. This would increase our memory slot to 4, which we don't... Okay, now I know where I see it. We can buy it here for 3k, which we haven't done yet. Okay, okay. Now my confusion is solved for the time being. Kind of interesting.
can I do for you?
Always good to see you safe. So, oh.
Well, where I took you no matter. Lay out your arms.
We had the war cry for the sword, right? So we could switch this to the thrust. Heavy standard. Yeah, 50 still 31. This is 228, right? Yeah. 4 damage difference. Very close. I mean, in theory, the Warcry is really good on the sword because it has high DPS, but of course you also need to be able to use it. Can't open this door, which still wonders me quite a bit. Nothing really changed here, right? Where could we go? Let us see. There might be some places which we haven't checked yet. Is it possible? Limegrave tunnels? Did we check those? Problem is that that's a huge problem because some of the catacombs look so similar. Oh, we're already here. They look so similar. You often feel like okay, they're not that memorable. If it makes sense, they're not that memorable. Ring Folk Hero Grave. That. The Merchant. Dragon Communion. Coastal Cave we definitely checked. Stormfoot Catacomb we definitely checked this one too. We got this guy. Stormgate. I feel like we overlooked something in this region there. We have something
Hello.
new.
Glad to see you safe. Here to learn a battle art or two.
No, we got everything from him.
What?
We can also switch back to our trusted straight sword. You see, we have to go east from here, right? Oh, wait. There's an item. Oh, Golden Rune 2 even. That's a nice drop. Do we? We were never down here. Oh, there's still one left. Were we ever at this place there? Strange. Doors open, so I was already here? Oh, that was this grave. This sword, this amount of damage, it things become not even. Yeah, we already did this. There's the trap, I wanted to cheese them. There's even a dungeon thing, yeah, we already... Yeah. Rest here for a moment. Here's a bonfire. Another artist check. Painting. Homing instinct painting. Inventory. Reminiscence of a painting titled Homing Instinct. This painter is said to have captured, yeah, we already read this, right? A work of a wandering artist. By visiting location depicted even now. Has to do with death. Okay, it's one of these. This area here still confuses me greatly. Other bonfire, I didn't see. I cannot find this one yet. Another helmet. Hidden grave. Here we also did not really explore. What is this? Merchant. This time he plays his instrument. So now we understand what it's really. So it's not a guitar.
Oh dear. Am I terribly sorry. Are you here as a customer?
Maybe. Pickled turtleneck. Oh, here we get this poison, poison bone bolt, poison bone arrow, poison bone bolt. Yeah, arrow fletched, and the turtleneck. Okay, why not? Sword, halberd. What is this? Lane, chariots. I think I know what this, the information of this already. Bandit mask. Mask of black cloth that covers the mouth. Favored by bandits for hiding their faces, it also provides some protection against poison. Oh, interesting. I'm back in a moment. Be right back. Okay, I'm back. Sorry for the little break here.
Apologise. I'm afraid I've very little to offer. Oh, is there anything?
Ask. Just a laugh. Goes. Wait, there's another merchant? How do we get to that guy? Speaking of, but before we go to that guy, we have to go up there again. Really, it's fascinating. We spent so much time in this area. It seems like still I overlooked stuff. Maybe here we find like, what is that? Oh, there's a grace. It's exactly what I was looking for. Interesting. We check this. Wait. I assume that's an enemy. Speaking of enemy. Oh, we really have it's a lot more. What could we now place? All damage. That might be interesting, to be honest. What do we... Just teleport there, it's probably faster. I was curious, where does this road lead to? Oh, he respawns. Interesting. I think we need to go down here. Ooh, I mean, we could just try. That didn't work. Wait. This is how you get down there. Likely asleep, yeah. Okay. Turns out that was not a merchant. They found a little secret. I'm surprised what else we might have missed here. Also never fought one of those beings. Heal. That's fireball. Octopus thing. Octopus thing.
Can you hear me?
What on earth is there?
I'm stuck.
Oh, there's one of these. What? Ouch.
Hello? Anyone?
There's one of these weird pods.
Hello? Can you hear me? Help! Oh, my stars. I'm so happy to see you. I am Alexander, also known as the Iron Fist. And as you can see, I'm stuck here. Please, can you help me out of this?
Sure.
Just give me a good smack from the rear with something nice and big. And I'll pop clean out, I'm sure. Don't dally. No, there's no need to fret. I'm very well trained. Give it your all, I say.
Well, I have something for situations like these. It's called hammer time. He said nice and big. Wait. Before I hit, just in case we do too much damage or something. I assume that can't happen, but okay. That worked.
Well played, good lady. Well played. Oh, that mighty wallop of yours almost spelled the end of me. Ah. Well, I'm out now, and that's what counts. I thank you. And as a token of my appreciation, I'd like you to have this.
Exalted Flesh. I still don't know how to make this myself.
Once again, the pleasure is mine. I am the warrior Jar known as Alexander.
Warrior Jar.
Iron Fist Alexander, in fact. I journey to the east, where I intend to further my education in the ways of war. And beyond these lands lie the scarlet, rot-blighted Caelid wilds. And upon their southern edge is Redmane Castle, in which a festival of combat is being held. I'd heard whispers of such festivities before. Doesn't the notion set your breast aflutter?
I kind of like him.
I'm heading eastward to Redmane Castle, on the southern edge of the scarlet, rot-blighted Caelid wilds. I've heard there's to be a festival held there. I'm heading to Redmane. I've heard there's...
Okay, see you there then, I guess. We also probably have to go there some point. We already explored Carlet quite a bit. Well hit. Okay, so here. I assume he will not stay here. But okay, nice to make new friends. Ah, okay, this is this thing here. Of that. How little damage we now get. Bad. Bad. Hey dude. Hitting me with stuff. I think we looted this here place already. So, where do we go next though? That is my current, not problem, but my current goal. So we found an NPC there. I don't want to know what else we have missed. Didn't I also see one of these things here somewhere? This is the gate, right? With the road leading to the Limgrave or whatever it's called. Oh. There was almost a good jump. So I have no idea where I went to get there. Yeah, we went up here, right? Here we also fought a boss already. Come on. They will of course now shoot these things past me. Awesome. Ah, we made it. Looks like destructible. Oh no, this is a storm gate. Oh, okay. Are we already up here? I think we're already up here. Yeah, we were already here. I remember that. This we also ought to. Oh no. Close. Here we also already were. Literally can't. I got this thing, this gesture, at some point, but I could never. I can't remember where there was a hauling or something. Okay, here was this thing. There is the beginning. Here we have this dude. I mean, why don't we just go? Where was it? Here. Here's the merchant. Here's an enemy. Let's try this dude. Okay, there was the weird boatsman or something like that. Is this an enemy? Water village. It is an enemy. Oh no, he summons stuff. But he also gets really good damage. No, he bolted me. Okay, this is like an early enemy. Kind of scary. Death Root. New key item. Skeletal militia ashes. Okay, that was easier than I expected, to be honest. Inventory. Key items. Beast Clergyman seeks and devours these. What is a beast? Maybe that one dude? I don't know. A source that gives rise to those who live in death. The beast clergyman found at the bestial sanctum. Okay. I think that is the dude. In the distant east, we somehow landed there. I don't know how. We used like a teleporter or something, or trapped. I can't remember. But we somehow got there and have this waypoint. Collects and devours these roots. On the night of the dire plot, the stolen rune of death enabled the first death of the demigod. Of a demigod. What? On the night of the dire plot, the stolen rune of death enabled the first death of a demigod. Later, the rune of death spread across the lands between through the underground roots of the great tree, sprouting in a form of death root. Okay. I assume you can fight this guy much earlier, then he's probably more of a challenge. But now we are relatively late into the game already. Bad news for you people here. Case missing one. Yeah, this is really an early area which we might have ignored. Let's explore this a bit faster by using Mr. Horse here. Up, hitting me. Here we were already. Okay. Oh, here's a dungeon. We'll try that. Orientation's really bad right now. Here we killed these two skeletons just a moment ago. There's a tower though. Tower does not hold best for us. Does not look like it. But there's at least a dungeon here, which we could, if we would want to, try out. Oh, this is where we... Oh. This is where we saw the grave or something like that. I remember that too. Really worth it, but why not? Down there or something is the... Wait a minute. Oh, this is the third church. Yeah, we were already there too. Down the other side we also have... That is unfortunate. Now we have to find this place again. Here they are. There's a better way down there than this one here. Look at this. What do we have here? Sacred Blade. Awesome. That's pretty awesome. We just randomly got that thing here. I remember that we went into this place here. Yeah, we already have this. Oh, there's a talk option now. Haven't seen her in a while.
Spoken echoes linger here. Words of Queen Marika, who vanished long ago. If you wish, I will share them with you. My lord, and thy warriors, I divest each of thee of thy grace. With thine eyes dimmed, ye will be driven from the lands between. Ye will wage war in a land afar, where ye will live and die. Well, perhaps that might serve you in lieu of a maiden's guidance.
Okay, so she is still there.
Let my hand rest upon. Share them with me.
Quite a bit of soul still. Come forward. wanted to check the river, right? The bear is not my friend. Priest blood. We got this missing thing and a bunch of wolves and some flowers. Okay, take that. Was probably not worth it though. Need those great dragonfly heads. Force something. I forgot what it was. I noticed having some of them is not a bad idea. Oh no. They die much faster than in Dark Souls 3. Okay, that was also not really worth it. Huh? A horse? Ah. And when you have like weird, like you're not standing on a good ground, you can't summon the horse or something. But this is the place where you go down, right? I remember that. This is the weird underground city, which we could also explore. Yeah, this is the endless elevator. Which is pretty cool, not gonna lie. Oh, come on. Mistwood Ruins. We could check out these ruins. I could drink. Then just get all the stuff here back. But this is a great tree. What is the closest? Okay, I understand, of course. In the ruin you have a, what is it called? Site of Grace. So I don't need to worry about the Site of Grace because it should be in the. Oh. Well, here's the place of the beers. Who are you?
Who goes there? Carly sent you, did he? Ever the bloody busybody. Maybe to him you don't seem so strange. The name's Blythe. I'm looking for a man who goes by Darrowell. He fled somewhere nearby. Or so I've heard. Come tell me if you find him before I do. I can offer you ample reward. Darrowell is nothing but a traitor, and in need of a fitting end to his tale. Darrowell is not in need of...
Did we already find this Darrowell? Name sounds familiar. Did he now appear because I did the snip? I still remember the quote or the thing that I should snip when I hear like howling or something in the wood. Oh, we found him then. Completely. I think this is hammer time. Oh, he can even destroy the ruin. Now I have to heal. Well, it was quite strong, I have to say. Oh, he drops heavy beast bones. It was just a treasure chest. Oh. Waypoint ruins. Who are the waypoint ruins? I can't remember those. I think we checked them yesterday. Oh, it's okay, I remember that. It's the well, I did not place here that here's a merchant. Pointed by myself. Merchant. Not directly a merchant, it's a teacher, but whatever. Talk to Darwill. Where could this Darwill person be? Amanus village. Here we might find some cool stuff too. Like this place here. What is this tower? All right. There might be an entrance. Not here, right? Oh. Who we found here? What is he doing up there? Okay, I don't know where he is. There he is. Oh. It is a bit annoying, it's vanishing. Shut up. Death Root, another one of those. Skeletal Bandit Ash. Oh, forgot to check the ashes, right? We have militiamen, I think that was new. These are the spirits of militiamen who live in death and will continue to rise again until prophecy finished off. This is the grotesque fate of those who come into contact with Death Root. Spirit of a bandit who lives in death will continue to rise again. Off after the night before the plot, the Death Root appeared in the lands between, and those who live in death soon followed. That was the guy. Ito? Kind of scary. Was definitely stronger though than what the others. That was it. Frame rate here really tanks hard, I don't know why. $15k souls, which is a decent amount. It's also enough for a level up, right? This. What shall we bring up? Here we need a bit more HP. Okay, and another boss. Oh, how do we get down here? Maybe from the Church of... Jump it or something would help. Maybe try this church. It's an entrance, but don't ask me how to get there. Oh, we could also speak with the NPC here. That's also a thing we have not done yet.
You're tarnished, aren't you? I welcome you to the Church of Vows. I am Miriel, steward of this sacred chamber. My apologies for the unseemly state of affairs. Do you know the origin of this place? How
No.
it came to be known as the Church of Vows? The shattering has caused us, all of us, to lose sight of something very dear. It is here, at the Church of Vows, that the great houses of the Erd Tree and the Moon were joined by the matrimonial bond between red-haired Radagon and Renala of the Full Moon. And so our church holds in view the monuments of both houses, the Erd Tree of the capital and the Academy of Rea Lucaria. Oh, was there something you needed? You are free to show yourself around. I would serve as your guide, only my legs aren't what they used to be. If you find anything of use, you are free to take it with you.
That's
Unless,
nice.
perhaps you are in search of instruction, in which case I will share all that I know. Lord Radagon was a great champion, possessed of flowing red locks. He came to these lands at the head of a great golden host. When he met Lady Renala in battle, he soon repented his territorial aggressions there, and became husband to the Carian queen. However, when Godfrey, first Elden Lord, was hounded from the lands between, Radagon left Renala to return to the Erdtree capital, becoming Queen Marika's second husband and king consort, taking the title of Second Elden Lord. The mystery endures to this day as to why Lord Radagon would cast Lady Renala aside, and moreover, why a mere champion would be chosen for the seat of Elden Lord. She is queen, head of the Carian royal family, and governor of the Academy of Rea Lucaria.
Oh, I met her.
The great and beautiful full moon witch. Sadly, her heart was broken when Lord Radagon left her. And then, when the Academy rebelled against the royals, she was locked away in the Grand Library. Now the grim art of reincarnation. You severing a vow, strongest of bonds, has consequences ever more dire.
Let us check the dialogue again. I just clicked through it by accident. Rebelled against the royals. She was locked away in the Grand Library. Now she devotes herself to its forbidden rite. The grim art of reincarnation. You would do well to remember. Severing a vow's strongest bonds has consequences. Okay, that's what he said. Curious about story stuff. distracted here. They on the Discord somebody asked me to pin a message. I can't tell which one exactly. Hope I get a heads up.
A famed sculptor of the Erdtree capital was once summoned to render Lord Radagon's likeness in giant stature, when he glimpsed the skeleton in Radagon's closet. And as such, it's said the great statue harbors his secret too. A famed sculptor of the Erdtree capital was once summoned to render Lord Radagon's likeness in giant stature, when he glimpsed the skeleton in Radagon's closet. And as such, it's said the great statue harbors his secret too.
Magic glint blade. Give scrolls, we can give books, show celestial. First we check what it does. Ah, that is absolution. Just went to sleep again. Gold sewing needle, huh? And tailoring, golden tailoring tools. That's interesting. Two needle made of gold. Unique item made to alter demigod attire. Ah. One of the tools brought by Radagon when he entered into marriage with Renala, Queen of the Full Moon, and joined the Carrion line. Tailoring tools made from gold. Tools brought with the red-haired Radagon carried into the Carrion. These, even demigod attire, can be altered at... I assume this we can give to our friend of... Also with something I'm... Let me see. One question I had. Sewing needle, right? Yeah, a large sewing needle curved like a fang. Bog, the demi-human prized possession. Yeah, okay, we got this. That's all it says. It mentioned his name too. And so far I had no of these these demigod things. Can't level up. Okay, this is a very funny shield. What else do we need to do, chat? Where do we need to go? It still have some... Oh. Moment I thought the thing would crash here. Here might be a dungeon left. Oh yeah, I wanted to ride. I remember now. Okay, okay. I'm back, I'm back. I know what I want to do. I wanted... Or at least I want to try. It's the guy who controls this thing. Pretty funny in my opinion. Fire Blossom. Also need to... Well, we're pretty powerful already. Turns out we are pretty powerful. Did I just see fire here? This is like a camp or so. Where do I need to go? This direction. We need to follow... Oh, here's the site of grace, which we overlooked, and here's a... If I would want to check this tower down there... There is one of those giants. Yes. My thing. Thought he would be dead. No, he slew this poor deer. This also to the underground city again? Yeah, I think it is. Doesn't seem to be that deep. No, this is a different river. Gigantic ends. Okay, good to know. We have the bonfire. We should have rested, but whatever. Let the ends be ends. We remember that here is like a huge subterranean world that allows us to do stuff. Subterranean. Yeah, that's the right word. But yeah, this is somewhat wrong. Also at half HP again. Unusual. So this is where we want to go. That dude. Okay, he's kind of tanky. Do we get for this? Okay, that's a stone. Not one of those weapon ashes. Ashes of war they are called, I think. Oh, here's the thing. Arian Study Hall. Nice. now we also have our Side of Grace here. What does he have to say? Oh, celestial globe, transmit to prosperity and obscure princess. What? Read again. Transmit to prosperity the wisdom of the moon and the stars. Oh. And obscure forever the transgression of the princes. Something fits on the pedestal. Okay, we have to find something that we can place there. We do not have it yet. Okay, I expected it to go a bit. Pretty massive place here. Big problem. Can we lock him in, please? Now, holy moly, this dude is indestructible. I wasn't sure if the elevator is still there. In the chat, we have a problem. Did you see the amount of ridiculous HP of this guy? Like, holy moly. I hit him with the hammer a few times straight on his mighty head and he just didn't even flinch. Like, he did not care at all. He did not care at all. This mage was quite powerful. My damage output is not the worst, but this guy just simply did not care at all. Oh, look at this. There's a little hole in the... Oh, I need to make a bit light so I know what's going on here. Miriam. You don't want to get hit by this dude. I'm really busy with the other dude. Oh, dude. Can we maybe backstab him? Teleport to. Oh, how often can he cast? I hate that he can teleport away. That's annoying. Almost got him. Who is Miriam? Even getting there will be a nightmare. Moly, this dude. Why is that person so incredibly, ridiculously tanky? Arian Glintstone stuff. Decent. Here we have the second elevator. So much damage. Thought I would hit full HP. Oh shit, I failed. Guy's just, a person's just annoying. To admit. Really annoying. Be right back. Okay, I'm back. I should have called the elevator while I'm not here. This is really annoying. Not gonna lie. Probably check this window here. I have to get rid of this dude. Ah, kein bisschen. No way! Roll! I have no Estus left. I just have no idea how annoying it is. weird AoE explosion fire, arrow fire. Talk anymore. That's so annoying. Like, it's really annoying. It is still cast. Not gonna lie. Age behold. Not gonna lie, this is annoying. Triggered. What does one get? Yeah, that's what I feared. That was my biggest fear. That he can shoot through this massive thing and the explosion still does damage on the other side. Let's close my stream in it. have to say, this is annoying though. Getting up there is easy, I think, and just run through. But getting past this mage is just a nightmare. I should heal. Oh. AoE mod is just kind of ridiculous. Okay, we just moved down again. Because I have 16k souls here. That's a lot of souls that we get here. But definitely can't teleport out. I'm not 100% sure how to do this. Like in paper he's not that difficult, but the damage he does is like so absolutely ridiculously high that that is a problem. Might consider getting a bit more HP though. Not sure if that helps. We also need more damage. At least we got rid of these tremendous amount of souls that we runes that we had. I would say, wait, the easiest way to find it is going here, here, here. That was really something else. Like, this guy really hated us.
Always.
Just spend the stuff here. By 70 throwing knives. Not sure what else to do with the stuff right now. No, I don't need to rest at the bonfire. I always forget. Where's the tower now? This is the other tower. This is the tower. They're on the other side. What is this guy guarding that he's so mad at me? At least we can now check a thing or two before we get into trouble, right? Oh, just have to tap out for a moment. Now we can maybe check the window or so. Yeah. Nope. I hoped we could make the jump. We could not. We call the elevator. How do we kill this guy, though? You have to be kidding me. Can't just walk there. Why? Why is this window there then? And there's nothing there. So strange. Fingers ahead. True. I hate this so much. Why does in Souls games the character always makes a tiny step forward when he throws an item? Oh yeah, to kill you when you're close to a cliff, that is why. This also means I can just drop here. Get the souls, whatever. Like we really need them. Is there a rune that would help us? I don't know. Yes. Ah, yeah. I can feel it. Hey. Of course. Of course, he hits us in the back. I need to kill those ghosts. It's just too annoying otherwise if I don't get rid of those. And it's just the worst that we have always to take an elevator. Like, just make the point 1 point higher or make the elevator faster. Kind of depressing. Fighting these guys is really, really, really annoying. Also too dangerous to send it back down, because if I need to hide here, it's a good place to hide away from the arrows for a moment. I need to have full HP. Hit him. We would have hit him. No. Of course. You did unlocked him! Game! Stop that, please! Please, stop that! Hello! Can we maybe heal? No. No idea how annoying. Game! What are you doing there with me? That was so cheated. That was so cheated. Was so cheated. The backstep we didn't get. Like what? What? Can I get the backstep, please? Can we not cheat? Like, do you have an idea how long it takes to get to this point? And you want me to do this everything again I did to this point? You want me to do everything again to this point? And you cheat? Yeah. Come on. That's such a cheap death. Of course he has to spawn there. Of course he has to do his stuff. Like, that would not have happened if I would have gotten the backstep. That, like... Sorry, but this is just So I'm speechless. He didn't even roll. He did not roll out of the backstab animation. How on earth did I not get the backstab? And then he could punish me. I would not have gotten hit. Like, he kills me in 3 hits. Like, if I'm not full HP, his 2 sword swings, which are really fast, by the way, kill me in 2 hits. It's just insanely unfair. It's just so cheap. What a cheat. Oh, miss, that is a really bad position for me. Full HP, by the way. Stop ducking. So much cheat. For real! Oh, come on! Ducks. I need to undo the ducking. Lose so much health through unnecessary stuff. I was almost around this corner here. I need to go into the menu and remove the ducking. Just running. Cheating so hard, game. I eat so many hits, like random hits. Like the AoE of this spell is just ridiculous. No! No, 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 no! Game, what are you doing? I could lock. Couldn't lock him in? Can't lock him in there. Can't lock him in. The camera is so terrible in this game. Where did he teleport to? Something blue, but I don't think it's him. Me now teleports on the highest. I have no Estus left because it cheated. It was cheated. Couldn't lock him in. Game sometimes. Also, why is my light not on? I assume he's on the top level now, or layer now. Can't heal anymore. I don't know what to do, chat. I have an idea. We could just cheese him. Does this work? You don't have enough arrows for that. Could try something. We can make this dude sleep. This. How do I not hit him? I can't craft more arrows. That is a problem now. How did this arrow not hit him? Or her. I think it's a her. Poisonous arrows or something like this? Craftable fletching at distance, arrow wizard from small thing. I should use my mouse. Okay, I'm running out of arrows. Of great arrows. They do 100? Can I shoot them even with this bow? Great arrows with this bow. I think we always have to wait for him to do this move here. How does this not hit? Didn't hit again. Problem is here in this place to do it differently. I can't go into the crafting menu to get more arrows or so. What to do? Like, I could maybe try going down. Maybe reset the aggro. I can maybe craft some more stuff. I don't have any HP and I can't heal. It's just not the greatest situation of situations. But they wasted my whole arsenal of arrows. Still in combat. Still in combat. Still in combat. What do we need? Those. Not sure if I can even make this guy sleep. I'm also curious if he will reset. Like, we did not rest at the bonfire, we just aggroed him. We are back into combat. he doesn't get like a weird angle against us from... Yeah, he's still casting like a maniac. This maniac dude. Okay, that's our fire arrow. Hey. Of that. We need to cast him this. Where's he going? What? Guy. I'm not sure, but in my book this should have hit. So little damage though. Okay, this does a bit more damage. A fire resistance sort of thing. Hope I can bring him to sleep. Would be really awesome. Then I just backstab him. Oh. Hope the sleep build-up would be a bit faster. Come on, dude. AI is just so confused. How does this not hit? Need him to cast. Or maybe he's out of mana. Cast anymore. Well, he can't still teleport. But maybe that's an ability, not a... Would be funny if he would be out of mana. No, he can cast now again. How did this not hit? Can't believe it. Don't have enough arrows for this, sadly. That was a beautiful shot. Come on. How can he have so much HP though? I think he's really out of mana or something. Need him to cast the arrow, the only way he stands still for a moment. Okay, he's not out of mana. If I could heal, I would maybe chase him down now, but I can't. I don't have full buns. It's too difficult to... Oh, come on, dude. Can you do the bow attack? Maybe here in this area again. Does something. Fast, not sleep, mana fire. These arrows do more damage anyway for whatever reason. I believe it. have to wait till he casts again. So annoying, I have no idea how annoying it is. To chase him through this whole place here. He can teleport while casting. That should be forbidden, in my opinion. See what I mean? For real, that could have just hit. Too high. That's unfortunate, I don't know why. Do not get the hits in. So unfair that he can teleport while casting. Oh no, my finger got tired from holding it because he's now in the phase where he doesn't cast anymore. Oh, come on, dude. Can we just play along a bit? Just at least a little bit. He also won't come here. Like, he always waits here, but he's... Oh, again, the passive stat. I don't know why I didn't hit so many arrows there. It's hard to see. Yeah, I don't get why this didn't hit. I feel needed. Oh boy. I believe that all my arrows were not enough to kill this guy. What is the shield with highest magic block? Magic 55, 66, heavy loaded. Still, I have 5 bolts. Can I aim? Can I aim? What is it called? These things here. You can. On the wrong slot. Can't shoot over the thing though. It's too dangerous. think I would die if I block this missile. Makes no sense, I can't block. That's not a valid strategy. However, I could definitely maybe engage in range combat. If I can get him? What I need to do is basically, I need this guy here. Ooh. This is a cheese I need to summon. Once past something. Dangerous. Maybe 2 more shots. Load this thing. Good that we have the crossbow and 75. I thought I would have much more of these things. We hit him. Finally. Magic downpour. This took like a bazillion years. GG. That was the biggest cheese I've summoned. I burned through all my crafting material like an absolute pro. Okay, we have to go down though to the study hall entrance we have to cover. We can also, I think, level up. And we have to run up. Check the second elevator. This was really frustrating though, not gonna lie. Already 12k for level ups. Ooh, that's expensive. Sorry for the cheese. Like, this took me half an hour or so to kill this guy, but I just did not want to do anything of this again. I just buy arrows or something. Runes, I don't know. I just rebuy it. I rarely use the bow, but man, this was really, really annoying. So I just hope that he doesn't respawn or anything, or she. It's a she, I think. Forgot the name, but man, was this annoying. Like, especially this explosion arrow that he could shoot at me. It's just, oh, the damage. It one-shots me if I'm not at full HP. Kind of ridiculous. Oh, I thought I would already be on top. I was just... That again. Almost, I could have maybe tried hitting him with this here, but I'm not sure how far it, or the range of it is, but probably that would have been smarter. Like, fight magic with magic. I can't believe that I burned through all my arrows. Okay, these dudes just spawning. You can really quite a lot of souls here. Just curious if something is in here. Like it. Why is it even there then? We did check all the other stuff here. And we only have to deal with these ghosts. That should be... Yeah, we already here. Funny. He just spawned into my sword. This was really like war of attrition, I feel. Close. That's why you need light. So dark, you don't see if the elevator is there or not, at least my screen. But without light. Easy way to die, as a result. Now let's double check what we might have missed. Every wall here up here feels like it could be a wall. No freaking way. Where did this... I have to walk again. Why do they spawn so spread out? Oh, come on. And we have to walk the very boring path up again. That's just so sad. And it's really sad. Like, I hate walking ways twice. That is just so annoying, chat. You have no idea. Like, I'm really pissed by now. Like, can we just move on, please? Log fight. Holy moly. Just run through now. I don't care. You dude, you're annoying. Backstab was, in this case, also a bit unfortunate, though, I have to admit. Because if I would not have backstabbed him, I would not be in the middle of... I would not have that much trouble. Like, I could have just moved back a bit further, and so they could just spawn around me without me being able to hit them. So unfortunate. This guy spawned so far. Question. So how does this here work? I have this red here. I don't want to deal with the red here. Okay, I hope she would fall down, to be honest. careful mentioning fake walls. Our gravity is our big... Oh, here's the ladder that I'm looking. There is a ladder up here. Good. I thought there would be a connect. It's... Oh, I have no idea. Oh, there might be progress here. Here's the ladder. Let me just see what is going on. Item we just got. Talisman. This one here. Boosts FP restoration from Flask of Cerulean Tears. I thought we could get, like, there's a staircase. I thought, is a possibility... There's a button? Maybe have an idea. Problem is I don't have a bow. Well, I have a bow, but I don't have arrows. Let's put it that way. I don't know why I don't have any arrows anymore. Can I craft? No, I can't even craft arrows. I don't have enough bones. I would require a ton of bones for that. We don't have bones. Equipment. I hope I can aim an called this thing here. Very careful. You see this? No, that's not the solution. I swear that is a button or so. There's the red. Down. Okay, so we can of course drop down again. One level. No, it's kind of dangerous, but be able to do so. I mean, I would expect a hidden path here, not gonna lie. Is this everything here? Is that it? Like this place there, it looks like you could get there. That confuses me greatly. It's a ladder, we can go up there. And all for the talisman that we just... I really thought you could get up here and find something. It also looks like... Like, we got a bunch of cool items here, it's not like that, but I expected, oh, that you can get on top of this top. Especially this object over there, it looks like there is something you can do with it, but... might be wrong there. Suggestions, chat? Must be something... like... not at all. There must be something we have overlooked. this here? All enemies. Kind of scary, to be honest. That is 100%. The only thing, or the only hint I have is this window here, which I have no idea what this might be for. Something, oh no. What about this here? Definitely death. The only mechanic that seems to be missing is this here. I'm still a bit sad that I used all my arrows, so. Me just. Seems like we don't have this item yet, so I should mark it here on the map. At least we got something out of this, but I higher hopes. Let's see. I need to get arrows back. Like a lot of them. Pretty unfortunate. We lost so much stuff.
Always.
Purchase. So these are normal arrows, right? This time we have enough arrows. This time, but next time. So now we need to find merchants that sell fire arrows. Ouch. This guy sold something like this, if I'm not mistaken. I have at least a few of my good old fire arrows back. Difference. Damage reduction is kind of insane.
I don't want any trouble.
Normal arrow. Sound shield.
All done? Well, be on your way then.
Now close to this bonfire is another merchant. Maybe he has fire arrows. Not even sure if somebody even sells those. Oh, that was the wrong merchant. This here was the merchant I was looking for.
Trade again.
Isolated merchant. Also one at the bonfire. Bunch of teleports here. We had this. What we have to do at some point.
Unusual for this age.
8 arrows. Coastal Cave, here we checked. There's a waypoint rune that is sorceress. I just checked. Not sure if he sells stuff like this. Else I have to go. Maybe it was the, and I could swear there was a merchant that sold what I was looking for.
Oh, hey, I didn't...
Also,
I'm afraid of...
then we have, of course, this guy here. He, of course, always is a bit tricky to reach because we have to get past the dragon for it. Right. Toxic mushroom, huh?
Trade again.
Aha. Oh, flaming bolts. So unfortunate, chat. Flaming bolts, not flaming arrows. So on. Okay, so we have to go to merchant here. Maybe this merchant has flaming arrows. Else it would be really unfortunate that we... Then I thought they would be easier to obtain. Or that is mid. So don't sell these. That is unfortunate. We could just buy 25 of those and just make a bunch of arrows with it. Of course, always a different... I guess we just do that. Because this just makes it, I think, at least a tiny bit faster. Feathers. Oh no. Detail I overlooked. It's not only that. I should have used poison arrows. Maybe I should have used those. Okay. That is a problem. We burned through all the feathers we had. Feather jet. But that's exactly what I mean, what it's a bit annoying. I just would like to be able to buy the stuff and not need to craft it. It's just... That's just, yeah. An additional layer of busy work. They drop. Oops, almost down there. That. And she's okay. Have to go. Beat wrong direction. There. Seems like I'm in the What is this sound? That's a dragon. Have to fight him at some point. It must be really them. Never noticed that. At least we have 10 fire arrows and 10 sleep feathers. But not all have feathers, it seems. Okay, that must be a part of the level. Yeah, it's... crafting. Ether shard. Oh. Let's make some poison arrows. They were very cooperative. strange. There was like a statue, but why? Well done by my side. Oh, we already looted that. Bone. Question is, what are we go? What should we do next? We might. Oh, Darrywell is the that dude. What is going on? I have to check which places I already remember. Was the bell-bearing hunter? Oh yeah, that was Invader, right? Yeah, we got that. This boss I don't know. Okay. Sorry. I've seen in streams boss boss from the starting area. I'm always wondering why I think we haven't fought him yet. These we have. Strange. Kind of strange that there are two dungeons so close to it. Here? Never found this cave. How? Really strange. I think this is one of the starting dungeons. I really had to look it up where it is, because I knew there was like, oh, wrong button. Because I knew there was like a dungeon which we haven't, I remember this certain boss that for whatever reason never appeared here. In our playthrough, I think at least. Maybe we're already here. What? Oh, here you find your cracked pots. It's pretty important to find this, if I'm honest, because if you don't find it, you don't get your cracked pot that early, or you have to buy it like I did. Surprising. Like, really surprising that we didn't find this place. Loot-wise, it's pretty decent. We find a lot of moss, so this is a pretty good cave. Yeah, this is easy. Beastmen. 10th we have low life. Let's see if we would have. Yeah, we can backstab him. Flame Drake Talisman. So yeah, we totally overlooked this boss here. Good that we now found it. Strange that we did not find this cave, chat, but I guess now we got it. But I've seen some streams from the beginning and so on and so forth when the game came out, and I saw somebody fight this boss. I always wondered when we will find it because it must be very early, and just remembered. Recently, just watched like another video about this game and checked some opinions, what people think, and yeah, definitely a boss that appeared. But of course, this late in the game, he's not that much of a challenge anymore, and as a result, it was decently easy to get past him. You can't get back up. And once you are down here, you can't get back up again. Oh, you can. Way up. There's something we overlooked. Like, this looks always like a hidden wall, but it's not. Like a hidden path. Not a hidden. Awesome. Could try. Question is, Timegrave tunnels maybe is a good place to we have to walk for a moment. No, we have to take the elevator. That's terrible. What is the close? What's the best? I'm not sure. The dragon appears here, so I guess this is the fastest way. We could try fighting the dragon really quick. Dragon sounds like hammer time, so this night, like, I think that is slightly too heavy. is he? Yeah, he is. Stop doing fire. Meet his left side. Maybe his right side. But did we survive that? It would have killed him. That is your death sentence, my friend. Okay, can we maybe hit? I die. I can't hit him, like... Die already, dude. Dragon Heart. Awesome. So we got Mr. Dragon. Draconic, what did it just say? Okay, we can do stuff with it in the cathedral now. I guess like a covenant or so. He would have... This would have been really difficult. I did not dodge his fire once. It feels like one time my horse died. First step, bonfire might be what we need. Certainly no level up, but now we have some arrows. So that was the dragon, which we also have defeated now, though we made him quite late. But dragons are always annoying to fight because they can fly and fire and so on. But you have seen how annoying it sometimes is to hit those enemies. It's just terrible. What? We also got an item like this here. Talisman depicting a red ancient dragon. Boosts fire damage negation. That would have been very useful against the dragon, I guess. Quite a bit. Quite a bit. So, kind of useful, I guess. Oh, enhances roars and breath attacks. That might be a useful item for us, just because we use always this roar here to power up. The dragon heart is a key item. Dragon heart sized by a dragon tracker? What? Seized by a dragon tracker. Riddled with gravel stone, this grotesque organ continues to beat vivaciously, however it's pronounced. An offering used in the dragon communion. Consume a dragon's heart at the altar to make its power yours. While a terrible and savage looking thing, the heart has a peculiar beauty to it. Let's call it interesting. Maybe this dungeon is simply the huge dungeon we did, right? It is quite possible. Okay. Mistwood Ruins. He was also a person. I forgot which person this was. Oh yeah. The weird hunter. I remember now. Question is, where do we want to go next? Here's the bestial sanctuary. We could also give the item to one of to this guy there. Becomes then more talkative. We also have the church here. Speaking of the church, go there, check if the NPC is still there. Probably not. Maybe Thops or whatever his name was, and maybe check some other places.
Bok the seamster, at your service, master. Ready to make adjustments to your garments. Oh, please do be...
Horse. Oh. What do we get? Okay, so he is gone now. Question is where he might be. Like, we have the academy relatively well explored. Could check the south gate. Maybe on the plaza or so. Here he is definitely not. Oh, he is also a merchant. I forgot about that. But I have no idea what he sells. There are also a ton of very annoying. But now with the faster swords, dogs are a bit easier to defeat. These are the 4 belfries. The other side. So quite interesting. He's also not here. Not here either. Maybe he is in this scholar classroom. That makes no sense. Probably one bonfire further. No idea where he could be standing. The other side, it would be even crazy for him to get this far, to be honest. Like, even we had struggled a bit. And library, maybe? Church of the Cuckoo could also be possible. Casting that. No idea. Yeah, didn't I? Oh no. Well, maybe I should not have given him the key. Well, often with Dark Souls NPCs, give them what they want and then they die. It's not unusual for Souls. Inventory, key item. Sorcerer Thob's bell bearing found upon his perished flesh. Offered to the Twin Maiden Husket and Round Table to gain access to new items. Okay, we can now basically access his stuff. It's pretty decent, I would say. 8k souls. Get just a free slot. It's not bad. Not sure if I have a battle axe already. Like the idea though. So we have 4 slots, even though we need them. We have 2 of these things. Do I have a battle axe though? I don't have now 2 of them. No. Had no battle axe so far. Something new here? Probably not. Okay. Because since where do we go next? We cleared this area here pretty well now, I think. Killed this guy here too. We have this guy here, the cuckoo's goal. Whatever. Or the Revenger's shack. We can maybe revisit that. Maybe should end the stream slowly, but fun to not continue. What happened to this person here? We could check out this dude there. Usually there's a statue here, but I don't see it. I see the symbol though. Over that is okay. anything I forgot? Probably not. Maybe it would have been smarter to switch weapons though. Who are you? Could use a lot of damage. Oh, it's one of these. Well, we can definitely defeat him. I've kind of practiced with the big dudes here. Which of the hammer might be better? Or having the war cry? Now we do it. This. Three feathers. One worm is kind of bugged there. Get away from him. Come on. Really? I almost rolled that. Very unfortunate, chat. It was such a decent fight, and then I fail at the very end. I really should have switched my stuff though. We can use one of those. closer than it needed to be at the end, but whatever. Great Blade Phalanx. Okay. Fell, I think. Let's read the description, I would say. Great Blade Phalanx. One of the sorceries of the Carrion royal family. Creates a defense arc of larger magic flint blades overhead which automatically attack nearby foes. Used by the enchanted troll knights. They were the comrades of the young Renala bound by oath. Bound by oath. Okay. Got this. Was it relatively... I mean... every time I got killed it was basically one shot by this attack. This time I dodged it I think one time. And the other he did it pretty rarely. So that was quite kind of helpful. Fine bridge already. Oh, she's here again.
You, please, I can read them. Your fingers, please, your fingers. All you can do is stand at a loss, without even the half-crescents that wish to be whole. Before the unmoving, unfeeling grand lift ahead. Or are you planning to throw yourself to the waters? To find the coward's passage through the dim cavern? Your feet. Or without...
Okay. Thanks, I guess. Oh, yeah, seems to be a... frame... I hope they fix the frame issues in this game. It's so inconsistent. I mean... What is this Vellum Church? Kind of familiar. Kitchen down there.
What do you need? I don't want any trouble.
Medic Warrior. Bone Great Arrow. Bone Ballista Bolt. Okay. Need that? Oh, composite bow. Definitely know what I want to. This normal arrows. Temporarily boosts robustness. Pitching branch. Use FP to charm. Rebranch blessed with an incantation of unalloyed gold. Craftable item. Here's a foe using FP to turn them into temporary ally. Oh, that is pretty cool.
Well, be on your way then.
F40, we could just get one of those.
You don't want.
Just out of curiosity.
All done? Well.
And just for a very guy doesn't even. I'm not gonna lie. Um, This guy is tanky. Holy moly. Don't know where this guy came from, but holy moly, this guy was tanky. Flowers. Famous. Found them. Don't see it. No, 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 no. You have to be kidding me. What are you doing, guys? Oh, he escaped. I didn't see him anymore. I can't believe that. Kill. Oh, chat. That is really unfortunate. Like, these annoying things. I maybe should switch to the sword when I... Where does this lead here, though? Oh, there's an item or something. At least the loot is pretty good in these. I should... This, like, this, we just return. We're in the stream soon, so it doesn't make sense to just continue this path. Might be too much to go. But pretty good to know there is something. Can I now? Should switch my to faster weapon. Also should maybe do inventory management. Okay. Barrack Raw. Awesome. And you... Camera. Okay, now we got it, so we can remove the symbol here. Wasn't sure if there was, I didn't see the bonfire nearby. try attacking. I assume it's a stupid message. Yeah. I really attacked it hard. Oh. Oh, this we need for our... Pretty low on HP. But yeah, the hammer is not as fast as this weapon, so we have a few advantages using that. Berries? Kidding me. Where are you coming from? I should go back here. Let's take the path, go to the gate and see if we find another thing and see what's going on there. Then I call it a day and just try to explore a bit ahead. Let's see if I do this right. Yeah, that's right. That's the path. Dogs aren't too annoying. Okay. I have to admit, trebuchets attacking me, I did not expect. Is this place here exactly? The Grand Lift. That is where I'm also supposed to go. Very bombastic everything here. Seems like a dead end, but this is where we should go, and we should go left and east and west of it, and there should be things. He has to say about it. It's there, somewhere. Another path leading back to the foot of the air tree. An ancient tunnel. Yeah, we heard about this by... I forgot who told us that, but somebody told us that. looks like a dead end. So we have to find out how to get to the other side. Okay, I assume we found that the place we just accidentally found was potentially correct. That was where we need to go. Okay, good to know. I can't pass that. Crazy rats. Ha! I assume all people here are kind of crazy. See if we find a side of grace here. Okay, there's the super crate. Can I check this place here without aggroing the giant? Seems to be a really dead end. Station. Also, somewhere here must be a dungeon. Is it there somewhere? You have to be kidding me, game. You have to be kidding me. Horse did not jump. Then it went over the ledge, and then the double jump gave it. Right there again. Awesome. There also seems to be no Hey. I don't know what that is. I want that to stop. Howl of Abriri. What does this do? Reeks building up madness in nearby foes. Incantation originating from the maddening three fingers. These a maddening shriek that causes madness building up in foes nearby. This incantation also causes madness build-up in the caster and makes enemies more likely to target them. It is said that the sickness of the flame of frenzy began with Shabriri, the most reviled man in all history. Enough of flaming nonsense. Hey. And that was cheating though. Did you see? We had the backstab animation. Did not get the backstab. Should never happen. Well, enough nonsense. He's too tanky for us. Maybe with a hammer or so we would have better chance there. Frenzy Flaming Tower. Frenzied Flaming Village. How strange that there's nothing in here. Also be a dungeon or something like... be there, something like that. Sadly I could not find like a single bonfire there. This here must be the tunnel that we have to find to get to the other side. Grand Live Dectus. We could go here to the Carrier Manor. I'm not sure if we should, if it's optional or whatever. This we already finished too. Yes, also a boss. I forgot what is this place here? How did I even get here? Let me just check. I'm just curious. Huh? What was this place? I marked it as like a boss enemy or something. Oh yeah, it is the below the. It is the village below. Yeah, yeah, it's below the rock. We didn't manage to get up here just yet. Go to more friendly places instead. Okay, so it's already far too late. So I need to go to bed. That was quite a lot. We did not make that as much progress as I would hoped. I got distracted by many things, but we also cleared up a lot of stuff. That's definitely that aspect of that as well. Yeah, to this place we can also return, I think. Rose Church. So many places on this map, but many of them hard to say what they do or what they are for or where to go next, etc. This place here is still mystical. Here we need an item, which we don't have yet. Excuse me. And Dragon Communion stuff. Oh, here we still have to check this mausoleum. I think somewhere here is also another one. I think here is the other one. We have another chest that we could trap. See here maybe? Like there's this wagon and a lot of people around and two of these giants pull the wagon. You know what I mean? We can do that. Here in the swamp we still have her. I think we completed her quest though. So we have to check if she's still there. There was like another person here somewhere. Also marked a person here. Who might this be? I did not mark the other person? Bad, because I can't remember where we saw the other person. Here was the fortune teller and palm finger reader, whatever you want to call her. Strange. No, here was the person, the purified ruins. Check out this. Here, this person is not there anymore. He is sadly gone. So, empty now, sadly. And this place here, we haven't done too much with that either. Oh wait, this boss enemy I killed already. But there's like a rune or something down there which we haven't checked. I don't know. It must be something. Mistwood Ruins. What was here? Oh yeah, this would do to ask us to find a certain person. And this path here below we also haven't really checked. Well, we found Alexander and he talked about like a fortress, so maybe this place. This is here the Beast Sanctum. I think it's not that one. I would imagine here down here is also something important. Stone. Something is here still left. We do the boss here already. Here's an NPC. Might this be? Can't be merchant. I would have marked him differently. Yeah, well, we have a lot of small details to still figure out. Oh yeah, the river well. There's also a below thing here, and there's a below thing here. The Siofra river well. And there we haven't checked what was going on there. Like this gigantic level below the place here. But yeah, maybe we should check these out, because there are also still teleporters left that bring us somewhere. Oh yeah, here's a tree person I think left. Oh, and we have roads and catacombs. I also marked this, so I assume I haven't checked these out. We could do this too. Converted tower. Also no idea what that was. He also marked something which we might need to check. Forgot what it was. Good that you can mark it. It's just too much otherwise. I assume. Yeah, here is the Divine Bridge. No, we don't go into that territory now. There was also a teleporter which we could use. I don't know why though. I said can't use now. And this frenzied stuff and the frenzied flaming tower. And then here there is also the... Oh, there's another tower. Wait, there's this tower, and we have also converted tower. And we have converted fringe tower. Maybe they have something to do with each other? Ask me. Yeah, and this place also, the carrier manor, we have to... But at least we today completed the complete academy. So that's at least something. Oh yeah, this shack here, I could also mark that there's a person. No, it's not a person, it's actually a merchant. If he's still there, but he sells like stuff that reduce. Again, wrong. Let's see if he's still there. Let me think what we do next with our stuff. Also, this tower just took so much time. But at least we defeated a few more bosses, got the dungeon that we missed at the beginning, we found the Alexander NPC. It loads so long. I assume the game crashed. Well, then this is a very good point and the stream, I would say. I thank you people for watching. I hope you enjoyed the stream as always. I potentially stream a bit more. Confused now. Yeah, but we will play a more Elden Ring tomorrow. And I hope you enjoyed this so far. I wish you a fantastic rest of the day. And you, yeah, tomorrow, I guess. So hope we can make further progress. So, till next time. Goodbye.